Another coded message in another hidden laboratory. A secret tunnel under the graveyard. How long had these things been in Arthurton? Who was responsible for them? And how was all this connected to the Dean's murder?
I'm getting another decongestant. Sorry about that. So we went in the graveyard and we're trying to find the secret tunnel to where Jenny assumes is to the jail.
Through the crumbling arches. Past the wooden gates. This must be it! Now all I have to do is find the biggest cross.
Oh my.
Oh, come on. There's a million crosses in there.
Jenny, where are you? It's getting really creepy out here.
I'm in the old part of the graveyard.
Oh no.
Every kid in Arthurton knew the graveyard was haunted. The ghosts of early settlers walked among the tombstones late at night, waiting to avenge their tragic deaths in the mines.
A few months ago, Peggy and Veronica went up there after curfew with some boys, and they were attacked by a ghost.
They were probably hallucinating from all the hairspray.
They swore to me, Jenny. They wouldn't lie.
I don't believe in ghosts. And the tall tales of a bunch of arrowheads won't change my mind.
Even so, Jenny's skin crawled with goosebumps. It might have been her imagination, but the night suddenly seemed a lot darker.
Maybe I'll use Mom's flashlight. You know, just in case.
Oh my god, the movement. She sort of slid as I moved her forward. Okay, so you can move the flashlight. Why would you move the flashlight? So if you have her run, you can scare the birds. But if you walk, they don't move. That's interesting. Nope.
Not now. Not now. It's dead.
Unable to see more than a few inches ahead, our trembling adventurer had no choice but to edge forward, very slowly.
Oh, great. There's a light over here. What is that? It's coming from the open grave.
Why is there an open grave?
Wait. You're not a ghost.
Oh, you scared the life out of me.
You're scared. You're the one wielding a shovel like an axe murderer.
Oh my, you're right. I'm sorry. This place is terrifying at night, and here I am waving old Mabel around like a madman. What are you doing out here after curfew?
I don't know if I can trust this guy. I'm I'm a city-appointed grave inspector, and I'm here to inspect this grave.
Or kid, are you really trying this?
Is it Tuesday already? Goodness me, where are my manners? Hop right in and have a look around.
No, that's okay. I can, see it fine from here.
You're the LeClue girl, aren't you?
Well,
Your poor old man. What a horrible way to die.
yeah, I don't really like to talk about it.
Blown into 1,000 pieces. What a way to go. No chance to say goodbye. Boom! Gone! Just like that. An absolute tragedy.
Is he really doing this?
And the pain! Can you imagine? Nothing left of him. Hardly seemed worth digging the hole.
Well, you're digging a big hole right now.
Yes, ma'am. Regulation size 6 feet, not an inch less. The name's Matt. The second T is silent.
Okay, Matt, I'm gonna need to ask you some questions for my report. Just the usual red tape, you understand.
Oh, sure. Fire away.
He seems harmless enough. I just need to be sure he's not working for the man in black.
The interrogation of Matt the Gravedigger. Second T is silent. Hi, Dolphin. How are you? The shovel. Blood?
Is that blood?
Blood? Where?
It's all over your clothes and your shovel.
Oh, that. That's good old Arthurtonian red clay. Impossible to wash out. One of the hazards of the job.
Why are you digging a grave in the middle of the night?
Well, they have to go somewhere. The bones.
The what?
It's the problem with building a graveyard on top of an old mine. Ground's always shifting. Before you know it, bones are sticking out all over the place. We have to rebury them. It's bad for business.
That's terrible.
Could be worse. Could be dead, like all of these poor souls. Ms. Smith over there, bitten by a badger. Wouldn't want to go that way. Right there's Mr. McCarthy. Set himself on fire baking biscuits. And there's your dad, of course. Your poor dead dad. Dead.
Are you finished?
Oh, sorry. There I go again, talking about the dead.
He knows everything about this place.
What?
You told me your name was Matt.
It is, isn't it?
Well then, who is Owen? And why are you wearing his shirt?
Oh, darn it, it's fallen off again. Owen was the old groundskeeper. He died digging a grave. Turned out to be his own. Budget cuts.
You're wearing a dead man's shirt.
Seemed ashamed to waste it. He didn't need it anymore.
Really?
Have you seen anyone suspicious lurking around tonight?
Oh, well, there was this one girl.
A girl?
She scared the life out of me. Really made me jump. Oh, wait, no. That was you, wasn't it? You'll have to forgive me. My memory isn't what it used to be.
I don't think there's much you can do. Where's the biggest cross?
There sure are a lot of people buried here.
Well, if they keep dying, we'll keep burying them.
Do you know which of these graves has the biggest cross on it?
Now there's one I've never heard before. Biggest cross. No, can't say I do. They've all got about the same sized cross, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you have any idea how I could find it?
You know, you might want to look at that statue up there. It has a list of all the famous miners buried here. It might help you find what you're looking for.
Famous miners. Interesting.
What's that? Nope. Man in black.
What's that stuck to your boot?
Oh, dunno. Could have come from anywhere.
Beyond the fallen angel.
What now?
Under the crumbling arches.
You lost me.
The entrance is buried there. Does that mean anything to you?
Oh, is this a poem? I love poems. Do you want to hear one of mine?
No, I'm good, thanks.
What else do I have from him? Bellis perennis, aka the common daisy. Purpose unknown.
Why do you have a flower in your pocket?
I always keep one in there in case of emergency. People like to leave them by the graves as a tribute. You should take it. For your dad.
Thank you. I think it's safe to say he doesn't know anything about the man in black. Well, thanks, Matt. That's the end of the, inspection.
How did I do? Did I pass?
With flying colors. Oh, and if anyone asks, you didn't see me, okay?
See who?
Exactly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a statue to investigate.
Oh no, you can't go up there now. It's far too dangerous.
I'll be fine, thanks.
Absolutely not. If you slipped and fell, I couldn't have that on my conscience. Come back tomorrow during the day. I'll give you a guided tour.
Damn. I'll have to find another way to get up there.
What about that? What is this?
Much like those buried in the graveyard, this tree had died a long time ago.
Be careful, Mr. Crow. It looks like it could fall over at any moment.
Is that something we want to do? Oh, because you scare enough of the crows, they all go in there.
Interesting. Another case cracked.
That's no. That's how you get the birds happening? No, it's fine. Oh, because you can climb right here. The ivy. There's some bird down there. Stop it. Because it's just hands and stuff sticking up out of the ground.
Mr. McCarthy? How did you get down here? Must have been the wind.
Oops.
Close. Hopefully this statue can help me find the biggest cross.
In honor of the brave miners buried here who gave their lives so that Arthurton might thrive. Cross, right there. Also that. Yeah. Found a new sticker. In Memoriam Chilton, the light they carried shall never be extinguished. Bush, they fed empty bellies with the finest gruel. What? Carvers of Tunnel Rock, unmatched in
Cross,
size and
carvers
strength.
of Tunnel Rock, unmatched in strength and size.
Jenny read the words to herself again.
Strength and size? Look for the biggest cross. They didn't mean a cross on a grave. They meant a cross in a grave.
Jenny had heard the tragic tale of a catastrophic cave-in that closed the mines under Arthurton.
Everyone blamed the miners for ignoring safety procedures.
Most were crushed instantly by the falling rocks. Others had not been so fortunate. Trapped with no water, no food, no light, they were condemned to a slow and painful death.
The Cross family must be buried in the graveyard below. I've got to work out who was the biggest. Find the grave, find the secret passage to the jail, save Mom. Boy, I really hope I don't have to dig them up and measure them.
They dug too deep. Stop it. Case of the biggest cross. Scrap. Well, we can cross that last case off. Stop it. Sticker. God damn it. More puns, yeah, except Tom's doing them. Looking full of shit. Search the graves. Karina Cross.
Aha! Karina Cross. I know I make it look easy, but I'm hanging on for dear life here.
All the punishment. God damn it. Casper Cross.
That one. Casper Cross. What have you got to say for yourself?
There's a few areas for me to investigate still, I think.
No cross buried here. The search continues.
My mic is a little low. Because I turned on the mic because you said it was too loud last time. There, I raised it a little bit. Yeah, that's fine.
Here's one. Helga Cross.
If you're not feeling in the mood to make anything, that's totally fine. So I'm gonna have to figure out which one's which, but I'm trying to search all the locations first. Just to make sure I find everything before it, like, kicks me into the next part of the game. It usually asks you if you want to leave before it kicks you off, but I want to make sure. That was really weird. Oh, it's just a jump. I don't think I can get back up if I do that. There. I don't think I can get back up this way, and I'd rather just do all this first. Then I'll jump over there. Franz Cross.
Bingo. Hello, Franz Cross.
I'm not worried about the stickers, I'm worried about the scraps. I don't want to miss the scraps. Because the scraps all seem to have information on the back of them or on them. And I want to make sure I get all of them. Oh, I said I was going to jump over.
Cooper, Chapman, and Cole, but no Cross.
This is a really weird graveyard setup. Yeah, Have I been down here? I don't remember.
My next adventure relies less on the structural integrity of old plant roots. I'm going cross-eyed looking for crosses, but there aren't any here.
She's going cross-eyed looking for crosses. Unworthy of chat. Da. Ivan Cross.
Another one. Ivan Cross. How tall were you?
I don't think it's about like how tall they were. All right, let's see what happens.
He's a little liar. Ivan wasn't pulling any punches. What an odd epitaph.
Asper's little liar. Interesting. Reminder again, and I'll say it on a few occasions. We do have a few odd stream days coming up. Sunday, I think we're doing something with Isaac's family, so I don't know if we're streaming that evening. And Monday, I believe we're supposed to be getting our blinds actually installed. I have no idea when that's going to happen, so the stream's start time is going to be up in the air with no definitive start time based on whenever it just happens. That's just an FYI.
I was taller than Karina. Seems the Cross family had quite the rivalry.
Ooh, blinds. Yeah, the blinds are finally going up, supposedly. We're not holding our breath just because it's been a really long time putting this entire endeavor together. Getting the blinds and getting them installed
I was
has
taller than Helga.
Casper. I was taller than Helga. The Casper's a little liar.
I was taller than Franz. There can't be many more crosses to find. Where haven't I looked yet?
I don't remember if I went this way. I think I did. I remember that getting caught right there. Oh yeah, I went this way. Did I read all of them? Just run into space for a little bit when I did that.
I was taller than Ivan.
After an exhaustive search of the graveyard, Jenny had found all of the graves marked cross.
Now I just need to work out who was the tallest. Who was the tallest cross?
I was taller than Karina. Karina was taller than Franz. Franz was taller than Ivan. Helga.
If Casper was lying, then Helga must be the tallest. Which means Helga's grave is hiding the secret passageway to the jail.
Such great heights, achievement unlocked. I'm double checking because there was that one rope at the end of the cliff. I didn't know if I could climb down that. I want to check. I might not be able to, but if I can, there might be a collectible. I'm gonna need some more coffee soon. I am like guzzling this cup and it's almost gone. Oh boy. Oof. I also have no idea what we're playing tonight. I know what I would like to play, and I would like to do something with Isaac, but it's going to depend on how he's feeling and what's going on. I guess not. Guess I can't do that. So I'll probably need to prep to play something else on my own, just in case. I'll figure something out. Maybe give Bravely Default a little bit of a break and just play something else for a little bit. Helga. I think they all just wrap back around to each other, it seems. Almost. This should be Helga's, right? Yeah.
Jenny saw nothing particularly unique about this grave. Like all the others, the slab was weathered, chipped, and covered in moss.
There's another epitaph carved into the base. Here lies she, 7'3", stung by a bee.
I got a mining sticker. Oh my god.
A small stone pot sat in front of the headstone. A fine layer of soil lined the inside.
It's a vase for a flower.
A wonderful revelation struck Jenny as the final piece of the puzzle fell into place.
No, don't make it open because you put a flower in.
Don't forget to pay your respects. I need to place a flower here.
Jenny pulled the gravedigger's daisy from her pocket.
I knew this would come in handy.
No, you didn't. I mean... it is a children's book that's being written, so whatever. Due to seismic activity, entrance 4 has been temporarily relocated. Thank you for your patience while we upgrade our infrastructure, and please watch your step when crossing. Management.
It says the entrance was relocated, but it doesn't say where.
Well, this is convenient.
Well, that looks safe. Why does everything have to be so convoluted? Mom will have died of old age by the time I reach her.
7 foot 3 inches in height. Yeah. What is her? Matt or Owen? Sketchy. Could he be the man in black? No, he's not a killer. Just spent too long talking to the dead. Statue of fallen miners honoring families who lost their lives mining Arthurton. Of course, I'm looking for the Cross family graves. Where is the tallest cross? Found it. Helga. Relocated? Of course it's not there. Decorate. Add. Add. Fantastic. Oops. Did that on accident. Just ivy around where she can climb. Can you imagine that the author is writing about all this and like how stupidly unrealistic the graveyard must sound? Oh well, he's committing murder in his books. It's what the readers wanted. That's what his publisher wanted. That's what people wanted. Can't run across. She tightrope walks now. Murder. Leave.
Hello?
Uh-oh.
You said if anything strange happened, I should call you. Well, something strange just happened.
Uh-oh.
This is the only tomb here. And with no epitaph. This has to be it.
Has to be it. Journal updated. What is it? Unmarked grave, no other graves around. This must be the place. Would you look at that? Hey. How much of that do I have? 6 out of 7. I missed one. Look at that. 0 out of 10. Unless I just haven't gotten to it yet.
This is clearly Zazer technology. Is it part of another Zazer sphere? When did doors go out of fashion? If this is the entrance, then there must be some way to open it.
I love it. I love it. What do I do with this? Oh. I see it. Okay, so we need to get that stone all the way up there. Oh, jeez, we need a stone down there, too. That won't be a huge problem. This isn't too bad. That one needs to go up. But where is this one going? All the way down here? Yeah. No. Shoot. Well, that's an unnecessary point, so we can leave one there. Shoot. That goes there. No. Oops. The other one's the bottom right foot, yeah. here, here, here. It's not too bad. Temporary relocation.
Jenny peered into the ominous void. A jagged path carved into the earth, plunging deep beneath the rotting soil. How far down did it go? There was only one way to find out.
I'm not sure I want to.
Gathering her courage, she stepped forward into the distended bowels of Arthurton. I said she stepped forward into the distended bowels of Arthurton.
It's dark down there.
You have a flashlight.
Jenny! Come in, Jenny! Where are you? Have you found your mom yet?
Give me a second, please. I need a moment before I walk down a pitch-black staircase into the terrifying abyss.
Sorry, Jenny.
Jenny stared into the darkness. She could almost hear her mother's voice calling.
A great detective perseveres, no matter the obstacle.
And so, she took a deep breath, pushed up the thick frame of her glasses, and crossed the threshold.
Jeez. This is all under Arthurton? I can't make her run. Oh. What was that sudden jumpy skip? Keep going. As usual. Nope. Can't. Okay.
Another door. Locked, I presume. Whoever built all this certainly wanted to keep it a secret.
Jenny was ahead of the man in black, for now. There was still the matter of breaking her mum out of jail and escaping without being caught. Being careful not to make a sound, Jenny stepped cautiously into the dark space below.
What the heck is this? See something, say nothing, stay alive.
This isn't a tunnel. It's like a creepier version of Dr. Benderson's office. Less natural light, same terrible music.
Ooh, is it the last one? Yay! Over here. What is that under the water? Rod, vacation was worth the wait. Fishing season is in full swing here, and boy are they big. Check out some of my bounty. I've decided to leave Joanna and the kids quite the factory. And I decided to leave Joanna and the kids, quit the factory, and pursue my lifelong dream of becoming a full-time fishmonger. Join me, Marlon. Wow. I just realized in the beginning of the game, they sat there and said no one knows why the lake glows at night. That's because the tunnel's underneath it. So is that my last collectible? I have just the one more collectible? Yeah.
A giant metal door stood conspicuously in the middle of the room.
It must lead to the jail.
A perfectly reasonable assumption. There was just one problem.
How do I open it?
Why would it lead to the jail? Out of everything, why would this lead to the jail? How does she not gotten that through her head yet? Oh, yay.
Jenny knocked on the door.
I'm muting
Based
my
on the
guys.
resonance, and the fact that my hand hurts like hell, I'd say this door is solid steel and at least 4 inches thick. No handle and no keyhole. Whoever built this door wanted to keep people out, or in, depending on which side you're on.
If there is a sticker on this door somewhere.
Blast proof. So the explosives are useless.
Looking for a sticker.
Another animal.
It's a
This
fox.
one's a fox. Could this have something to do with Professor Zazer's experiments or the Council of Three? I don't know how to pick this. It's some kind of slot.
It's a
Is
magnetic
something missing?
card reader.
Jenny came to a distressing yet inevitable conclusion.
I can't open it. I'm stuck. Of course there's a giant metal door that's impossible to open. Why wouldn't there be?
It would be easy to feel defeated, but this was Jenny LeClue, a great detective.
Okay.
And as her mother always said,
A great detective sees every locked door as an opportunity.
yes, an opportunity for an elaborate puzzle and lateral thinking.
What? Case of the giant metal door. Use water cooler.
Someone works here. Or at least they did. Judging by the dead plant and dusty typewriter, no one's been here for a while.
To a detective, rummaging through a trash can was like opening a treasure chest.
Just with more gum and cigarette butts. Gross. My initial assessment? Looks like a lot of trash.
Junk.
A rotten sandwich, napkins, belly button lint. Wait a second. There's a note here that's been torn up. Could be a clue.
Corgi Corp? What? This has to be, yeah.
Too easy. They should have used a shredder.
Dear Trudy, sorry to hear that you're having more trouble with the machine. Someone will be out to take a look at it on Monday. Sincerely, John J. XR. In the meantime, use this. Please don't pass this around.
I know a secret code when I see one. This could be useful.
Yes, not the corgis. God damn it, Julie. Or Jenny.
Empty.
Julie. Sticker or scrap? New
It
scrap?
was always a good idea to put your hands between the crusty crevices of a sofa cushion. All kinds of exotic things could be found.
What's this?
We're gonna have to search everything real quick.
Detectiving was hungry work, and Jenny couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten anything.
What I really want is a hot coffee.
So she perused the selection on offer.
Cigarettes.
Kiss of death. Well, at least they're honest.
Oh. We're gonna open up the door first. I see it. It's these buttons.
Big crunch. Fight hunger with a punch. I've had one of these before. Tastes like cardboard.
Ew.
Bunch o' nuts. Gross. I hate peanut butter. There's gotta be something better than this.
She hates peanut butter? What is wrong with her?
The key. Open the door to yum. These candy names are getting ridiculous.
B31.
What kind of vending machine doesn't serve coffee?
Jenny found it hard to focus without her usual evening brew. Perhaps a nice bar of chocolate would help.
This is a waste of time. How's a chocolate bar going to help me open that door?
And that's when it hit her.
The key. Open the door to yum?
Surely a humorous but irrelevant tagline.
It's the perfect shape to fit in the slot on the door.
A mere coincidence.
It's literally a key to the door.
It'd be a rather strange place to hide a key.
Stranger than a waiting room beneath a graveyard? That's my ticket out of here. B31. Got it. It's an old dirty mop. It's an old dirty mop.
That's it. Really? Nothing else? It's not B31. Service. A25. Oh. It's broken. So I need B14. I need B31. Wait. What I don't get is, why is it telling me to get the key, but then it's telling me the secret code? And the secret code is different. There is no 825. So B31. Let's just do it. B34. B32.
Got it! Typical. Stupid machine. Give me the key. It's no good. It's stuck. How can I get the key out? That's why it's stuck. The machine has one short leg, making it lean forward and to the right. If I tilt the machine to the left, I should be able to get the key out.
But Jenny wasn't strong enough to lift a vending machine by herself.
I'm going to need some leverage.
The mop.
Of course! I can use the mop to tilt the machine. A little bit of legwork and I'll have that key out in no time. Just a little bit more. I did it! Oh, crap. It's just chocolate.
Of course. It came from a vending machine.
But I thought...
Why would anyone hide the key to a giant metal door inside a candy bar?
Actually, now that I think about it, it does sound pretty ridiculous.
But necessity was the mother of invention. Jenny may have failed to open the mysterious door, but thanks to her ingenuity, she had created her own way through. She peered inside the hole. It was just wide enough for her to squeeze through.
I think there was a way to open that door. I might be wrong, but...
Well, look what we have here.
Jenny shone her flashlight on a damaged section of the brick wall.
I can see through to the other side.
The path ahead was dark and foreboding, but Jenny was too excited to be afraid, and so, without hesitation,
No.
she crawled into the rocky passageway.
No, I want to go the other way and see if there's anything. I have a feeling that was a turning point and they screwed up. We'll find out.
Just another friendly message. Warning of my impending doom. Black's mining core. Ah! Don't do that!
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure you're okay.
The walkie-talkies are for emergencies only, not chit-chat. I'm about to enter one of the abandoned mines. I can't have you distracting me.
An abandoned mine? Be careful, Jenny. Those tunnels are dangerous.
This is the case of a lifetime? Of course it's dangerous.
But you'll get lost. Those tunnels run underneath the entire town.
Exactly. One of them must lead to the jail.
You're right. I bet I can find it on my map.
What are you talking about? What map?
In my granddad's journal. He was a great cartographer and mapped out all of the tunnels.
And you've had this with you the whole time?
I always keep it with me. It makes me feel close to him.
Convenient. Why didn't you tell me this before?
I didn't know you were going to end up in the mines.
Fine. I'm in Tunnel 12. See if you can find it on the map.
Okay, I'm on it, Jenny.
The barricade was old and rotten.
Shouldn't be hard to remove, if I find a weak spot.
Oh, sticker. Why is there a sticker in the mine? How you doing? What? Oh. For a second I was all like, she opened it up and just walked past it. No, she's going through. So all rail carts. Or rail tracks for the mine carts. Does this tunnel lead to a portable Minecraft? Stop it.
Somebody else is here. Who goes there?
That's what happened when I click off the screen on accident. Oh my god, is that her imagination?
Jenny looked like she'd seen a ghost.
It's just my imagination. It's just my imagination. Great detective deals in fact, not fiction.
I'm trying to move my stuff so I can eat a little bit, but...
It was hard for even Jenny's logical mind to deny what was standing right in front of her.
Wait, has she actually seen ghosts?
It's just my imagination. It's just my imagination.
Is it? Are we dealing with something science fiction-y because of this? Maybe that's not her imagination.
How am I gonna move this? It's huge.
What?
It's spooky how easy that was.
Oh, I can't go up there. Hmm. Hydrate? I can do that. Pick up a scrap. Yes. Really weird. I mean, there was the cave-in with all of the miners that ended up dying. But then there was all this science that was done based off of the crystals that were found in the mines because they had other properties. Memorandum to all workers. Article 1, pay increase. Congratulations, a raise of 0.6% has been approved with immediate effect. In addition, all workers are permitted one additional toilet break per day. Excuse you. Article 2, absence. Until further notice, all requests for a leave of absence will be denied and all prior allowances rescinded. At this critical time, production levels must be maintained. Article 3, research and development. Do not disturb the white coats. Their job is to keep you safe. Do not interrupt their work. Article 4, no access areas. You will have noticed the new signs. These are for your own safety. Anyone caught trespassing will be removed and detained by the police. Article 5, confidentiality agreement. You have now signed the agreement. Any breach will be dealt with severely. Your cooperation is appreciated. The work you do here will be remembered. I got a sticker stylist achievement.
Those are the largest crystals I've ever seen. They must be worth a fortune. Why would the Glatz Corporation just abandon all this?
Can she not take this? I think I have to push it this way. Towards that ladder. Oh, no. There's no... Wait. Oh, look at that. This is another sticker. No, it's another scrap.
Another transmitter. Does that mean there's another Zazer sphere around here somewhere?
Probably.
Hey! You've got to get out of there!
What? Why?
You're right in the middle of Prospector's Pit!
So what?
Don't you remember from Mr. Jenkins' history class? That's where all those miners died. It was a huge cave-in. Hundreds of men were crushed to death. Even more died from lack of oxygen.
Not helpful.
And now their ghosts roam the tunnels, eternally searching for escape.
Don't be ridiculous.
I found Tunnel 12 on the map. This isn't going to be easy.
Just tell me where I need to go.
Well, you need to find Crystal Cavern. It'll be huge, and full of quartz crystals. Directly above it are the sewers.
And the sewers run underneath the jail. Got it.
But Jenny, what if you're crushed by a rock? Or murdered by a ghost? You could contract miner's lung. That's a horrible, painful way to die.
Thanks for the pep talk, Susie.
Can I push that over here? Because, yeah, I can... Yeah. I mean, I see that way out, but I also see this. There's a Zazer sphere somewhere around here. There is no going that way. What is this animation where she's just facing the wrong way? Ghost in a barrel. He's technically behind it, leaning on it. But my other thing too is nothing. Hey, Pro. Looks like a cute puzzle platformer. It's very much similar in vein to Night in the Woods. It's apparently an often overlooked game that's been around since 2019. They added a voiceovers after the game had been released. I've been loving it. Oh, see you later when you leave. After you leave, go skill shot. Thank you for being here, though. Oh, you're gonna bake a cake. I was reminding myself that I was supposed to be baking pies to get used to like baking pie crusts. Making the pie crust from scratch, I mean. So now I need to figure out what I'm doing for that. But I'm starting to itch at wanting to bake again. Fudge cake recipe your aunt sent us. Oh, yes. Do that. Sounds so good. Wait. This is Quartz Cavern. That's a Zazer sphere.
In the mines belonging to the Glatz Corporation, no less.
There's no way the Council of Three could have built this without Glatzcor's approval. So was the Glatz family involved in Zazer's research?
An apple cider cake sounds delicious. If we go into an area in Pennsylvania known as the Poconos, there's a place that has their own apple orchard that they make their own apple cider, and it's fantastic. We've had their apple cider donuts before. Oh my god. A good apple cider donut is really good. At least pie dough has a lot of application, not just sweets. Make some shepherd's pie, some chicken pot pie, some good quiche. Well, shepherd's pie isn't supposed to have crust, but I've actually been very curious about doing it with crust. Shepherd's pie is just supposed to be like kind of like a hearty meat stew on the bottom. It's supposed to be lamb. That's why it's called shepherd's pie, with mashed potato whipping on top.
Well, hello, old friend. What secret message might you be hiding?
Change the polarity first. Oops. There we go. Guild is having a fashion show event tonight and excitement for the weekend. I'm guessing you're talking about Final Fantasy 14 because FanFest is this weekend. Final Fantasy is good. You'd have to... There's plenty of YouTube videos on WoW versus Final Fantasy to see if you like it. But beyond that, you can easily download a free trial, and you can go play it for free up to level 60 through the original storyline and through the first expansion for free. So, like, if you want to try it, it's worth just doing the free one just a bit. Why am I having more issues with this one this time? I need to get the blue line in sync. There we go.
Another code.
Another piece of the message.
Do I play Final Fantasy? Yes, both Isaac and I play Final Fantasy 14. We've been playing it a lot more lately. Yesterday, when I took the day off, I didn't stream yesterday because I kind of decided I just wanted to change page. I wanted to Rabbit 44. I wanted to just kind of do my own thing and just take a day to just relax and just do whatever, which ended up being basically zoning out, watching YouTube, and playing Final Fantasy 14 and crafting on the side for hours. Because I've neglected my crafters throughout all the expansions, and now that the Firmament's been around, I've got all my crafters up to like about 65, and I'm trying to get them to 70, and all my gatherers are in their level 70s. Plus, I've done the Firmament quest. Those are enjoyable. You should play it anyways, even if you want to, just because you want to try it, since you can do it for free. Even if you don't know if someone's going to be able to join you. I played a lot of MMOs in the past, way before Isaac and I ever met each other, where I just played them on my own. I never had any friends that wanted to play with me, really. I usually ended up making friends inside. It's usually about joining an FC, which is the same as a guild. And, Bear 83. And, just talking. And you may end up clicking with someone that's in that particular guild. Or FC, as they call it. Free companies. Goose 63. What is this? Rabbits and bear. Change. Hawk and weasel. Goose. And sheep. Goose and the golden egg. Goose 63. Wait, there was one up here. I thought it was Don't judge you never played a Final Fantasy. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because if you want to play a Final Fantasy and if you haven't watched them being played and you like JRPGs, then you get to experience all of those on your own. And that's pretty fantastic because they are good. I'm not going to say that as much as I like the Final Fantasy franchise and the series and everything, it's not for everyone. You will find people that you'll be all like, well, everyone swears this is so good and I've tried it and it's just horrible. It may not be your thing. And that's absolutely acceptable and totally fine. Also, this is supposed to be YL 50 and this is like 49. That's 41. Oh, 41. Maze.
End this maze. Run home. Magical cake? That doesn't make any sense. How does magical cake fit in?
She read the whole message out loud again.
Soon they will all listen, relive their rancid past, purge infected, soon only death, forever silenced. Despair herself is near. End this maze. Run home. Magical cake.
She tried reading it in a different order, but it didn't make a difference. Until this moment, Jenny had assumed the transmissions formed a single coherent message.
Now I'm starting to wonder if this is a message at all.
Yet the question still remained.
Who is sending these?
And why?
Agrim, I don't like Witcher 3 people are different like that. Oh, the one thing I wanted to say since you're here, Agrim, if you don't like Geralt because of his gravelly, deep voice, because I think you mentioned that, I tried playing a little bit of Risen 3. That character is deeper, more gravelly, and more edgy than Geralt, and I didn't think it was possible. I like Geralt as a character, but that character in Risen 3, oh my god.
Let's try this again. Hopefully it doesn't break this time.
I think it's this one. No, it's not that one first. This one. Damn it. Why did the Dean have this ring? I don't know if she's, like, figured that out yet. Like, has she even... She has to have realized this. Like, why does the Dean have access to this particular ring? I'm checking the entire panel, just in case. Magical fudge cake. You have a guilty pleasure watching people grind it in those.
Good evening, S32. Printing access card, please stand by.
Whoa. Does this open that door?
It's a key.
It was about the same size and shape as a bar of chocolate.
Of course. It has the same logo as the giant metal door. This must open it.
Okay, so I didn't miss it. Hope that your fashion show goes over well. I mean, if it's one that your FC is putting on, you'll enjoy. You'll have fun.
Please enter authorization code to begin. Please enter authorization code to begin.
I don't have the authorization code yet.
Another blank piece of paper. Let's see if we can jog your memory. Zero 719.
For the last time, it's called a secret code for a reason. I even made it your birthday. Imagine if a child somehow got in here and started running the machine.
Thank goodness this guy wrote down all the codes. Otherwise, I'd be trapped here forever.
Do I ever think I'll stream it? I've had a few people that have mentioned it. I originally told Isaac we weren't going to stream it anymore. I'm not against showcasing it a little bit, but I wouldn't do a full stream of it. We've done it before in the past. You can actually look up our old VODs. Granted, they're older, so it's kind of harder to go over what all the classes do and how they do it.
Please enter authorization code to begin.
0719.
Code accepted. System authorized and on for activation. Preparing to run experiment 15. Please stand by.
What the hell is going on?
Might have been the one we didn't want to run.
Jenny didn't know what she'd started, but she'd have to stop it before the whole laboratory came crashing down.
Experiment 15 aborted. Operation unsuccessful. Dataset incomplete.
What just happened? I thought I was going to die.
Remember, a healthy employee is an effective employee. Please take your mandatory 15-minute smoking break. Decompressing spherical chamber.
Curious?
The problem with I will preface this with the problem with streaming an MMO is that there's a lot that goes on the screen and it's very difficult to tell everything that's going on. So it's very difficult for people to really follow along with the action and everything unless you already know the MMO. So they kind of are a hit or miss on stream. That being said, if enough people end up wanting it, which there has been some requests, if I stream it, and if I'm likely to stream it this week, it'll be on Friday. Because I've noticed Friday, there's a lot of people that aren't around as much, and so I kind of don't want to continue with a lot of my series that I've been doing, and just randomly pick something else. Any nerds in the chat? Well, you're here, Luna. Welcome. With this book, you can now encode and decode messages. Unless specified by a higher level director, all secret communications require the use of this book. Please note the system includes an extra layer of obfuscation. As long as the key page is destroyed, the true message will remain hidden even if unauthorized decoding occurs. That's all the messages we've been picking up. General rules. Commit the key page to memory. Immediately remove and incinerate the key page. If not possible, then it must be destroyed in some other effective way or by submerging in deep water. Enjoy years of secret ciphers. Radio communication. Radio is the primary mode of transmission. Messages should only be sent using secure frequencies with band modulation and spectral nesting. What about all of these? Wow, wow. Potential audience for MMO overlaps almost entirely with people who are playing the MMO instead of watching the stream. Yeah, I have a way to do it so I can showcase exactly how the game plays, and I've done it before in the past. If I end up doing it, what I will do is I will pick 1 or 2 classes and I will try and show you how the class rotation works with the skills and how you play it, and then I might, after doing that, just play 1 dungeon, if anything. Refer to story pages. Use the first letter, use the first 2 letters, use the last letter, use last 2 letters, use last 3 letters. Oh. On each of these. So like in the Goose, on this story, you only use the last letter of each one. Example radio message. Survived eating crow feet means secret. Preparing messages. Message should be as brief as possible, but must also be clear and unmistakable to the receiver. Before encoding, always check for the possible misinterpretations of the message. Where possible, choose keywords that form coherent sentences. This is a crucial part of the secondary obfuscation and drastically increases the security of the secret message. To brevity, standard abbreviations may be used. Some syllables and single letters can be omitted without cost to legibility. Punctuation, including periods, can also be omitted unless the omissions ruins legibility. However, avoid uniformly abbreviated words. These repetitions increase the likelihood of unauthorized decoding. A varying treatment of abbreviation renders unauthorized decoding basically more difficult.
This is the missing page from the codebook.
The text gave instructions and rules for communicating using a special code.
That's why the radio broadcast didn't make sense. It was designed to look like a sinister message, but the real message is hidden inside. I was right. So what's the real message? Only certain letters from each word are used in the underlying message.
And so, Jenny began by finding them.
What? It's the first letter. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. Do I just have to select all these? Use the trust feature. The trust feature only works for certain dungeons, though. I really like the trust feature that they added in, but I really wish it would work with more. If you have played a lot of stuff on your own, though, Taliesin, Squadron is also an option. Is the storyline for it any good? Everyone says the story good. You have to get through the 2.0 story. I actually don't mind the 2.0 story, which is basically the levels 1 through 50 storyline, which was with the original game. I don't mind it, but it took a long time for me to appreciate it. Most people actually get really annoyed with it and find it difficult. You have to get through that part. After that, once you get into Heavensward, which is known as 3.0 or the first expansion, which is level 50 through 60, the story ramps up so good that you'll be absolutely floored at how well done it is. I'm like, why is like, so I don't mind this feature that the game is doing. I like the way the code is, but it's just having me click on them. It's highlighting the words for me to click on, and it's just clicking on them. I kind of wish Jenny just did it on her own.
Now all that's left to do is assemble the pieces.
Oh my god. Still alive. Trapped. Holy shit. The miners didn't die. Oh, this is giving me chills. Still alive on other side. Find. Says? Finds. Oh, it's probably Zazer. HLC.
Still alive. Trapped on other side. Find Caesar. HLC.
HLC. To most people, these letters would be meaningless. But to Jenny, they were as familiar as her own birthday.
Dad?
LeClue.
This message is from you!
A fantasy. How could Henry LeClue have sent this message?
Her dad's still alive.
Henry LeClue was...
Still alive!
The mere possibility caused Jenny's heart to pound in her chest.
They never found his body. We buried an empty coffin.
That was true. But what connection did her father have to the Zazer spheres?
Dad worked for Dean Strasberry, and the Dean was involved in all of this. Caesar sounds just like Zazer. And if Dad had the codebook, then he knew about the Council of Three.
She read the message once more.
Trapped on other side.
Jenny pulled the freshly printed access card from her pocket and jumped to a hasty conclusion.
It's not on the other side of the door, Jenny.
What if he didn't die? What if they just wanted him out of the picture? What if he's a prisoner, trapped on the other side of the giant metal door?
It was a plausible hypothesis, but incredibly far-fetched.
And my mom knew all this. That's why they sent the man in black to silence her.
Her hands were shaking, her eyes filled with tears. Was our great detective letting emotion overpower logic?
No. HLC. It can't mean anything else. The message is from my dad. I have to get to Mom before the man in black does. And then we'll go to the underground room. Together.
No, I don't. I have a feeling it's not her dad.
We'll rescue my dad. And everything can go back to the way it was.
This was her hope, her longing. But nothing would ever be the same again.
I don't think it's her dad. I think it's someone else. But we'll find out. Pop as it goes now. I saw that Perot said he got burnt out between a Realm Reborn and a Heavensward quest. I mean, all I could say is, yes, they did streamline it, like it was mentioned in chat, since its original release, if you played it on its original time period. Beyond that, just don't force yourself to run through it so much that you end up getting burnt out. Do something else. Play a different game or do something else within it, within Final Fantasy. If you're getting burnt out from something, it usually means, a lot of times, especially if there's a lot more going for it, it usually means you just need to give it a break.
Jenny saw the newly fallen rocks and finally made the connection.
All dead. All my fault. The accident in the mines was caused by Zazer's machine. All those men died because of his experiment. And the Council of Three covered it up.
No. I think she's jumping to conclusions. I think the miners are somehow still alive. That's why she's seeing them. I think she's jumping to too many conclusions on this. Yeah, she used your squad for certain things. I wish you could use the squad on more. Isaac and I were talking about that recently, how we both wish that the squad had more use in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, they had added more dungeons that you could run with them in. Because it's a nice, enjoyable feature. Come on. I can't get her to climb. She's not climbing. She's just falling. It's not like 80 quests per row. That's way over, like, overestimation. But I mean, again, it comes back to, if you can't get past that point, and you're just annoyed with it, it may not be the game for you. Most people I've known that have been playing it lately tend to go through the quests between A Realm Reborn and Heavensward very quickly these days. I don't know how many quests there are. I know that they've streamlined it quite a bit and removed a lot of them. Yeah, so back to this game. My thought is that the miners are something happened with the last experiment and somehow shifted the miners or something and put them elsewhere in time or in another dimension or who knows what. But I think the miners are still alive, and I think
to the
that's
left, squatting grounds. To the right, Crystal Cavern.
Considering we caused... It's so weird to have the rocks floating. You big hurdle with Stormblood, you really disliked the story, you just switched off it.
Squatting grounds. Does that mean...
Yes, it did.
Gross.
Oh, where'd they go to the bathroom? Really dislike the story. Yeah, Stormblood is, I didn't dislike the story, it's just, it was a lot slower paced and a lot less interesting to me than, the other previous games. Or Heavensward, I should say. But I mean, Shadowbringers is the storyline picked up yet again. Oh. Couldn't do it at your own pace is the thing. You were playing with someone and they were adamant you do it together. You just couldn't handle so much monotony when you were both just wanted to progress. Yeah, at that point I would have been all like, you know what, we need to play this part separately. I understand what you're talking about. I've known other people that got seriously burnt out from Final Fantasy because they were being forced to move a lot quicker.
This can't be Crystal Cavern. It's a dead end.
Trying to see if anything got uncovered after a result of the rocks. Doing it again with the stairs, I noticed. Just did it on a second character. There's like a bunch of less quests. They're all story-based. They aren't filler anymore. Yeah, they're not filler. Yeah, because a lot of it was filler. And we have a lot of those right now. There's... Isaac and I have been, like I said, we haven't finished the story for the latest patch yet, and we need to. There's a lot of filler stuff that I was getting bored with. I know what they're trying to do story-wise, and I think it's good that they're doing it with the story, but there's points where I'm like, yeah, I get it, just move on. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong way is what I'm doing. Go down, and to the right. You lowered it by 13%, so about 7 to 80 quests. Yeah, really? That many still? Was it more than that before? See that sign. Was over 100. Jeez. I remember doing those, and I remember being all like, okay, some of it's interesting, but yeah, it felt like a lot of nonsensical extra layers.
Oh, great.
I'm gonna mute the mic. I want to bite my Jiro.
There's nothing there. It's just your imagination, Jenny.
I can't even mute the mic to take a bite. It's so difficult to pick up. I don't know why I told Isaac. What's on the Euro? It's a standard diner Euro over here. It's decent enough with the diner that we get it from. I've had better, but it's perfectly fine.
worry about.
Hey!
Damn it, Susie! You scared the life out of me! What do you want?
I just saw the cutest little frog.
Are you kidding me?
I know, right? He's got the cutest little bug eyes. I just want to take him home with me. How's everything going down there?
The truth was, Jenny was fit to burst with all the new information she had discovered, but could she trust any of it with Susie Glatz?
I have to tell you something.
What is it? Are you okay?
This is the place where all the miners died. I've seen them.
You mean dead bodies?
Something like that. But I don't think the story Mr. Jenkins told us was true. These people didn't die because of misuse of equipment or negligence. They were killed by an experiment gone wrong.
I don't understand.
You remember I asked you if the Glatz Corporation ever built laboratories underground? Well, someone did. A scientist with the name of Zazer.
Professor Zazer? He worked for Glatz Corp.
Well, he ran secret experiments on what he called Arthurton's greatest resource. One of those experiments was here in the mines. It created a seismic event that caused the cave-in.
I don't know, Jenny.
I've seen it. I've been inside the machine.
But Caesar couldn't have built a lab on company property without my family knowing about it.
Precisely.
Well, what are you saying? Are you accusing my family of killing all those people?
Well, not exactly.
I can't believe you'd say something like that.
Someone didn't want the town to know the truth, and they went to a lot of effort to cover it up.
My family would never do that.
Okay, well, I don't have all the facts yet. I just know it's all connected somehow. I didn't mean to upset you.
It's just a lot to take in, that's all.
I should go. Stay safe and out of sight.
Maybe I shouldn't have told her anything about the mines. A sticker. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Sticker. Also, oh my god, sticker. How on earth did the sticker end up down here? Don't ask questions. Go this way. Okay. I have a feeling I need to be... Sweet a ghost friend. What I'm noticing, or at least it seems like it, I'm wondering if you can only see the ghosts when you're around the crystals. Because I don't think they're ghosts, like I said. I think there's something else. Oh, this goes back over here. Yeah, because I came from here. No, there's... Well, all this stuff on the ground may be crystals, and if that's all crystals, then that makes sense why you can see them. mean, this isn't crystals here. So holograms? We don't fully understand everything about the crystals. All we know is that they're not normal crystals. That the Glatz family originally, when the crystals were not selling well, they ended up doing scientific experiments and stuff on the crystals to find out about their unique properties, which they then used to save the fortune. This one's running. That one's running too. Who are they trying to fool? Safety inspection report, summary of findings, containment levels acceptable, seismic activity moderate, structural integrity within safe margins. Last week's fire was contained and traced to an errant cigarette. As a result, we have no choice but to search all personnel at the beginning and end of each shift. Prohibited items will be confiscated and pay docked. Survivors finish their investigation, surveyors finish their investigation, determine the site sound and safe for work. Small tremors should be expected as we continue to excavate the new deposits in Crystal Cavern. There's no risk to your personal safety. In the unlikely event of roof or ground fall, designated safe areas have been clearly marked. Please familiarize yourself with their locations. Has there been any mention of gallium arsenide in connection with the crystals? No. Cat has made himself comfortable on your leg. Nice. Not going in there for a reason, because that's obviously Crystal Cavern. We need to go there. I did not go all the way to the left from this point. I'm gonna see if I can take a bite. Can I take a bite? Can I take a bite? Not easily. No. Hold on. I have this paper wrap around it that makes it very difficult for me to bite it while I'm trying to play. Oh. How many do I have? 4 out of 10. I'm eating ASMR. Trying not to. So I haven't taken any other bites. My problem is that there's like this wrapping paper around it, and then underneath the wrapping paper there's foil. So it's really hard to eat while I'm streaming. If I had remembered that, I would have ordered like a panini or something. Because at least a panini, while it can make my hands a little messy, I only need one hand and I can easily have it. Panini's a loose term for what the diners over here consider paninis. Pretty.
Crystal Cavern.
It's beautiful.
Immensely wide, unfathomably deep. Crossing the chasm would be Jenny's most challenging obstacle yet.
Well, at least I'm getting over my fear of heights.
It's a good thing Jenny's a video game / fictional character. Otherwise, she'd have problems.
They don't build them like they used to, thankfully.
Another brush with death.
Another step closer to Mom.
Was I trying to get her to jump off? No, she won't jump off things. I've already tried that in the past. I was trying to see if there was something there. Because you'll get the magnifying glass notification on the screen if there's something. And I think all the hidden stuff requires you to really explore, which is why I've been exploring. Can't get off there. Yeah, there's no going back at all.
Well, I won't be going back that way.
There's the cavern over there, though.
Jenny waded through the thick sludge, each step bringing her closer to her mum and the truth.
I hope the truth is less gross and stinky. Piece of cake.
Jenny! He's here! The man in black!
Damn it! I'm running out of time. Susie, I need you to follow him. See where he goes.
What? I can't do that! What if he sees me?
Stay in the shadows and keep a safe distance.
You want me to follow a deranged psycho killer through the haunted graveyard in complete darkness?
Yes, you're a lot safer if you know where he is.
Okay, Jenny. I'll do it for you. I know you'd do the same for me. I can't believe I'm doing this. Please don't see me. Please don't see me.
Trying to see if there's anything over here. I don't think there is. Well, I'll just leave it. The hell is this?
This machine is really working overtime. Looks like it's ready to blow.
I mean, the pipes are got holes in them.
Ouch! That's hot!
Near death count. Strange sewage machinery seems excessive for a small town. I thought there was Thought we had seen something. Like a message about this. Oh, I think I just need to do that. Oops. Well, that's pretty easy.
Fixed. Now I can hear myself think.
This contraption was curious, and yet somehow familiar.
Why does a town as small as Arthurton need such a powerful pumping machine?
Why is it turned on? Oh. Jenny, stop messing with the town's water heater. Why does the town have a
Another
water heater?
transmitter. These things are everywhere.
Jenny paused to reflect. Was there anywhere in Arthurton not under the watch of the Council of Three?
I turned the valve. I want to see what happens when you turn this back on. Nope. That rat. I need another bite. Need more food. Hold on, hold on. Steam heating for street sidewalks? I've never heard of that before. So it was originally facing this way. I have a feeling you need to manipulate it.
Torrents of water poured from the open sewer. To attempt to cross it would be suicide. Somewhere in the distance, Jenny could hear a voice. So familiar, she'd recognize it from a mile away.
Mom! I finally found you!
Inside the dingy jail cell, Jenny's mother contemplated her predicament, lamenting how little time she had left to make things right. Angry, defeated, alone. Well, almost alone.
Almost.
I will not stand for this!
Oh my god.
This is a violation of my human rights!
almost 4 a.m. for Pete's sake!
4 a.m. Time was almost up.
I will not quiet down, not until my voice has been heard.
I'm not gonna keep coming over here. What is it this time?
I was promised 2 cookies with my hot chocolate, and I only got 1. What kind of ramshackle operation are you running here?
This is not a hotel, CJ.
If this is how you treat all your guests, I'm surprised you have any customers at all.
The sheriff said you are free to go, just as soon as you stop yelling and throwing stuff around. Now please, I'm trying to finish the crossword.
That's right, run away. Service here has really gone downhill.
CJ, did he just say you're free to go?
Yes, but I'm holding out for breakfast. The bacon is exquisite.
I can't believe it's come to this. CJ, I need you to listen to me very carefully. It's a matter of life and death.
I can't understand what they're saying.
Jenny was so close she could smell it.
And boy, does it stink.
But to even attempt to free her mum, she would need to find a way across the chasm.
There must be something around here I can use to get across. I'm on my way, Mom.
An old pipe hung precariously above Jenny's head.
I'm going to take a closer look.
Giving
The gap is too wide to jump across. The pipe is cracked and patched together at both ends.
Rescue mom, get
According to my
coffee.
calculations, that pipe is just wide enough to bridge the gap. But how can I knock it down? There's no way to climb up there. And there's nothing around here to throw at it.
She only had one option.
The explosives.
But she couldn't use them here. She needed the explosives to free her mother.
I can't break into the jail if I can't even reach the jail. Look at this mess. A few instructions wouldn't have hurt Susie. Oh well, I'll work it out.
Yeah, that doesn't work properly.
That's it.
Jenny hesitated. Once the timer was started, there'd be no turning back. What if she missed the target? What if the explosives didn't work?
Think positively, Jenny.
She'd be stuck, and it would have all been for nothing.
Focus, Jenny. You can do this. That doesn't sound good. I better hurry.
Silent explosives.
Well, the explosives were silent. But that pipe sure was loud.
The plan had worked, but without the explosives, breaking into the jail was practically impossible. And with the man in black approaching, time was running out.
Do we stream every day? Mostly. Isaac streams Sunday morning and Saturday morning, and I decided to cancel the stream yesterday because I wanted a day just to vegetate and do whatever. But I was originally going to stream yesterday. I feel like there's supposed to be something with this valve. And I don't know if I'm supposed to just discover it later, or what. Jenny's gonna destroy the world with those things. Technically, they do come from Susie. So she only has, like, the one explosive. Susie, on the other hand, who knows how many she has made. I don't think you can actually have that on unless you can somehow patch that. This might be, the valve in this might be something I have to do afterwards. The thing is, how is she going to get her mother out of the jail if she's already used the silent explosive? And then again, at the same point, what was she planning on doing once she managed to get her mother out? I mean, they would have been running from the law at that point, which would be contrary to everything she's supposed to be doing. So I honestly don't know what she was thinking. Oh, there's another one here. Can't even interact with it yet. Oh yeah, there's another valve. Okay. There's a whole bunch of valves. There's one there. Yeah, this is a puzzle for later. Get mother away from immediate threat. Formulate new plan with mom's input. Get mother away from immediate threat. That's the police. Who she didn't say were threatening. She just said they were incompetent. So... there's that.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, your secret will die with me.
Is that CJ? What did he do this time?
This isn't about keeping a secret, CJ. It's about you following my plan. Precisely.
Yes, of course. Would you pass me a roll of toilet paper? I think I can hit that guard from here.
Don't get sidetracked. There's no time.
No time? For what?
Focus, CJ. This is serious. You have to use the whole thing or it won't work. Do you understand?
I'm only trying to scare the man. I'll take his head off.
CJ, wear the gloves. Don't forget.
Shh! Did you hear that? Somebody's listening.
CJ! It's me!
Ah! They found me!
Jenny?
Mom! I'm down here!
How in heaven's name did you get down there?
Did you hear it too? The sewer grate is talking.
God damn it.
No, CJ, it's me, Jenny LeClue.
Nonsense! I know Jenny personally. She looks nothing like a sewer grate.
I'm underneath the floor, you doof. The dogs bark loudest before the dawn.
Hey, that's my line. The dogs bark loudest before the dawn.
The early bird can't catch the lazy worm.
The wind blows strongly from the east.
A watched pot feels very self-conscious.
The evening sky is full of fireflies.
But the absent-minded goldfish swims into the blender.
Jenny, it is you!
I got an achievement, spy speak.
What are you doing down there?
So much has happened, but there's no time to explain. I'm here to rescue Mom.
Don't be ridiculous. You are going home this instant.
You don't understand, Mom. Someone's coming to kill you.
What? Who?
A man dressed in black, carrying a blue umbrella and a briefcase.
A shadow man? That's serious.
He was in our house, looking for something. And now he's on his way here, to kill you. But I won't let him. I'm breaking you out.
Or was she? Steel bars and a foot of concrete separated Jenny from her mother.
It's a really odd jail cell, the way it's located and everything.
Without Susie's explosives, how could she possibly hope to stage a breakout?
And how exactly were you planning on breaking into the jail?
I'm still working on that part. But one way or another, I'm busting you out.
Oh no, you're not, young lady. Not alone. Remember, Jenny, a great detective knows when to accept help. Now, have a look around and tell me what you find down there.
The case of the jailbreak.
That pipe runs directly into the prison cell. It must be connected to something inside. It's a valve. It controls the direction and flow of water through the pipes.
Ah. How many of those do I have? 6 out of 10. Can't find anything there. Question: jail cell after climbing over a bridge made of random vines in that graveyard. Look. It's a very good point.
Another valve. They provide very precise control of the water flow.
This is a sticker or another scrap? Oh, it's a toilet sticker. A toilet spicker, I almost said. Because that's a word. It's a toilet sticker. It's a very big puzzle. It's a very big puzzle, I'm aware. I'm gonna have to do it in small segments.
Why does Arthurton need such a complex system of pipes and valves? Why does Arthurton need such a complex system of pipes and valves? Why does Arthurton need such a complex system of pipes and valves? This machine is identical to the last. It's very high-tech for Arthurton. I think it pumps water or sewage through all these pipes. But why are there so many? Our town's not that big. There's nothing else down here, except for the pungent soup of Arthurton's collective bowel movement. I should go back and talk to Mom.
Ew. Because video game.
Okay, I'm back!
What did you find?
There are pipes everywhere, connected by lots of valves. Some kind of sewage pumping machine, and a whole bunch of dead rats. What can you see up there?
Everything Jenny knew about being a great detective she'd learned from her mother. Even with so much at stake, Jenny couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. She was finally working alongside her mum on a real case.
Drain cover. Securely welded in place. Would require a small explosion to displace. CJ, looking very anxious. Possibly has lice. A metal bed with pillow and sheets. Extremely uncomfortable. Dead rat. In the process of decomposition. Cause of death? Poison. Cell door. Reinforced steel frame and bars. Wide enough to fit a hand through, but lock is unreachable.
Can her mom find stickers? Is there a sticker I can find for her mother?
Toilet. Poorly installed. Possibly never cleaned. There's a large crack in the floor around the base. That's everything of interest here!
I've got this picture of two monkeys holding hands.
God damn it, CJ.
I think they're planning something.
That's it! I've got it!
I knew it was important.
I know exactly how to get you out of there.
Attempting a breakout without the explosives seemed futile. But Jenny had spotted something else useful.
How can I break Mom out of jail? That's not right. Back to the drawing board.
Damn it. Well, I know it's... No, it's this one. It's not the sewer grate. Hello. get
leading
it.
to the jail is a weak point, and the floor around the toilet is cracked and damaged. By redirecting the flow of water and turning on the pumping machine, we can create an explosion of our own.
No, I knew it was going to be the valves in the
We need to
toilet, but
create
I wasn't sure
enough
about the
pressure
third
to blow
one.
up that toilet.
Yes, of course. Great thinking, Jenny.
I'll turn on the machine and use the valves to redirect the water.
I'll use the pillow to block the toilet and sustain the pressure.
And I'll distract the guard.
Okay, we're on the case. Go team!
All right, so follow this one. Oh God. I think I need to follow the... Okay, first of all, this definitely has to be like that. That one's gonna have to move for sure. Oh my God. Need another bite of this. Hold on. I think I have to go to the pumping machine. I need to start from there. Oh. Maybe if I operate this first. Yeah, because the pipe glows and it shows you where it's going. This is a better way to do it. All right, I see what to do here. Okay, this is going this way. There's not really only one way to put this there. I like this. It's simple, it's not too hard, but it's enjoyable. I like this little puzzle. It makes me feel smart when it's a lot simpler than it should be.
Everybody stand back! One massive toilet explosion coming up!
It's less explosive-y than I imagined.
What happened?
Nothing happened. We need more pressure.
More pressure. How can I get more pressure into the pipe?
From the first one. Will the first one end up working? I think so. How does the guard not hear them yelling in their cell? He's doing his crossword. Come on, Jenny. See, yeah, CJ yells so much the guard just accepts it.
Welcome back.
This is it! Brace yourselves for impact!
DJ Ronnie Bruno, thank you for the resub. How are you? How are things? This is it. Brace yourselves for impact. CJ out.
What the hell was that?
Oh,
CJ!
sorry, man. My bad. Had a spicy burrito last night. You might want to give it a minute.
Quit making a ruckus! This is your last warning!
He fell for it.
Well done, CJ.
Reunited and it feels so good. Achievement unlocked. Ew, yes, ew. I'm doing pretty good. I took yesterday off from streaming. It was a very random thing. Just decided to kind of like do whatever. Hi, Sippy Sessy. We have a lot of subs. 130 odd or so. I think we get a lot more viewers than we get subs, and that's totally fine. We very much appreciate like subscribers for sure. Like all the subscriptions goes to keep maintaining the stream and keeping it going.
Mom! I have so much to tell you.
Don't say another word.
Scent of diesel and rotten fish drove a boat across the lake, skin paler than usual, potential accomplice, rummaged through the basement, red clay under nails.
I see you've been busy.
Dad wasn't working for the university. His accident was a cover-up for something much bigger.
Jenny?
And it's not the first time it's happened. There's an organization running secret operations all over town.
Jenny!
And Dean Stroudsbury was working for them too.
Stop!
You already know, don't you? So you knew he was still alive, and you didn't tell me?
What? Who's still alive?
Dad survived the explosion. He's alive. Dad is alive. But they're keeping him prisoner in a room hidden under the graveyard.
No, Jenny.
He sent us a message. He's trapped. We have to rescue him. Together.
I'm sorry, Jenny. But you're wrong.
But it's true. I used the Dean's ring to make a key for the door. I can explain everything on the way.
What? Why do you have the Dean's ring?
Well, I, found it in the library.
You stole evidence from a crime scene?
Well, yeah, but now's not the time to discuss the ethics of my investigation.
Give it to me.
Why?
Give me the ring. Now.
Fine. Take it. Don't you understand? Someone is coming to kill you.
Go back the way you came, and don't tell anyone that you were here.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, which is precisely why you have to leave.
Leave? I'm the reason you're still alive. The whole town thinks you killed the Dean. I'm the only one who believes you didn't. You didn't, right?
I probably shouldn't have given her the ring.
You shouldn't have come here.
Why won't you tell me the truth? What did you talk to the Dean about before he died? And what happened at Widow's Drop?
Jenny! The man in black just entered the crypt!
Is that Susie Glatz?
You've got to get out of there, now!
Leave, immediately. Find Susie and go home. You put her in terrible danger. A great detective never
Keeps secrets from her daughter.
This is a discussion for another time. I have to go before it's too late.
Did you hear me, Jenny? He's coming! Get out of there!
We're leaving right now, Susie. Mom, I'm coming with you.
No. Promise you won't follow me, Jenny. Drop all this nonsense. Go home and stay out of trouble. Promise me.
You'd be dead if it weren't for me.
If it weren't for you, then none of this would have happened.
She was right. Jenny should never have gone to the library that day. If she had simply returned home instead, her mother would never have been caught.
If you had just listened to me for once.
I was just trying to help.
How can you help? You are a child. This isn't a missing baseball card, Jenny. It's not a classroom murder mystery. There are real consequences to your actions.
What about Dad? He needs our help.
Your father is dead, Jenny. We have to accept that.
You're wrong. I followed the clues. I decoded his message. He's alive.
Enough! It's time to let this fantasy go.
Fine. I don't need you. I got this far on my own. I'll find my own way back. But at least take this. You'll need it.
No, you keep it.
It's pitch black in the tunnels. You'll be lost without it.
There's no time to argue.
Please, just let me help you.
I think the flashlight was just, it was symbolic of their fight with each other, for the most part. Make Rufus a dull duck. Oh, what? All sleep and no work. No, do it for Jenny. Ipsa scientia postus est. Edificare novae mundi. Ab ordine libertas. Probably all potential things for the ring to say. Dad sent the messages. Where's Widow's Drop? Did she find them all? Emergencies only. You had a map. Mining accident. Zazer's machine. Keith, can he ever forgive her? Friend or foe. Good heart. Secret lab. Too nice glats. CJ, is mom guilty? Giant metal door. Dad, everyone thought he was crazy. You were right. For a brief moment, time stood still. The flashlight hung in the air as if attached to an invisible thread spinning endlessly. How had everything managed to unravel so quickly? How could her mother be so cruel? With a clatter, the flashlight fell, smashing against the stone floor, and Jenny was alone once more. Learn to read. Liar. It's a book, not a rock concert. Arthur, what a wonderful surprise. Eileen just finished reading me the most recent chapter. Much better, old boy, much better. It's really shaping up to be a great mystery. Just a few notes, nothing major, tiny tweaks. Liar. We need more intrigue, more danger. Crank it up a notch. I did a little creative writing back in my school days. Here's a suggestion. Focus on your own job. How about, bear with me here, another murder? This time a character the readers really care about. Someone close to Jenny. Maybe even Jenny herself. After all, what's a terrible detective story without a few murders everyone thinks they can write? Give us something huge and unexpected. Surprise yourself. Surprise us all. I'll leave the details to you. But Arthur, do make these changes or it's the curtains for the books. Kill Jenny? Wow.
Kill someone else? I can't do it. Can I? Who would it be? I can't bear it. It's too much. First her father and now her mother. How will the poor girl ever recover? All of this could have been avoided if I just stuck to my original formula.
No, then it would have been boring.
There must be a way to fix this.
Poor Rufus.
You're right, Rufus. I need some rest. These long writing sessions are starting to take their toll.
Mom, you broke my...
But Jenny's mother was gone. More confused than ever, Jenny had no choice but to make her way back through the sewer completely alone. Well, apart from the man coming to kill her, of course.
Not helpful.
Jenny! You've got to get out of here. The Shadow Men are dangerous, and my boxing skills aren't what they used to be.
You were right all along, CJ. About everything.
You saw them? The little green men?
Okay, maybe not everything. It's never aliens.
Until it is.
But all the strange phenomena around town? I've seen it too.
Good.
It's all connected. And my mom knows more than she's letting on.
Yes! Trust no one!
What did she tell you before I arrived? She asked you to do something for her. What was it?
I'll never tell. She swore me to secrecy.
But CJ, she could be working for them. What she told you? It could be the only way to stop them.
My goodness, you're right! Let's see. It was very important. Life or death. Find Widow's drop. That was first. Look for the flowers. Use the key. Oh! Wear the gloves. Very important. It's a lot to fit in before sunrise.
And where is Widow's Drop?
Good question. I don't remember.
Did she at least give you a sense of which direction she was going?
Well, if I'm north and you're south, then she must have been going,
It was no good. CJ's memory was jumbled at the best of times. Right now, Jenny needed to evade the man in black and get back to the room where her father was trapped.
Stay safe, CJ. I'll see you on the other side.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jenny. The truth is closer than you think.
Well then.
Now, Mom went that way.
But Jenny wouldn't be following her.
Damn.
Well then. Oh, go this way anyways. Double check and see if we can find anything else. Especially considering this all just sort of fell. Nope. See, Jenny gets her catastrophic effect on architecture from her mother's side. I want to move on to Zelda soon, but at the same time, I kind of want to finish this since I know we're near the end. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I feel like we are. We want to know why Arthurton's poop apparently glows. I think it has something to do with the crystals and the Zazer technology. Possibly also the light up tunnels underneath the lake. I don't know. How convenient.
What the hell is going on?
Jenny, please hurry! He's coming!
I'm going as fast as I can.
Also, hi, Mrs. LeClue.
My mom isn't here.
Oh no! What happened? Jenny? Jenny, are you okay?
Abandoned by her mother, hunted by a killer, covered in filthy water. Jenny LeClue was most certainly not okay.
Just let me focus on not getting brutally murdered.
Dr. Dr. Benderson says it's always better to get things out in the open.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
I have to use the bathroom, so we're doing a quick BRB. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Bodhi is here on Isaac's chair. Why isn't it coming back up? There we go. I haven't actually switched off this. It's weird that the air conditioner is being slightly picked up on the mic every time I mute it like that. So we can't go back down because this was the way to the mines. However,
The path ahead was shrouded in darkness.
I sure wish I still had my flashlight.
Was Jenny ready for the next chapter of her adventure?
uh-oh. How meta to go to the bathroom when we're in the zero
An
level
unfamiliar
game.
feeling began to ferment in the back of Jenny's mind. Doubt. Why did her mother act so suspiciously? Where did she go in such a hurry? Jenny had expected answers, but now each step forward felt as if the ground were crumbling beneath her feet.
Hey, Fran.
Jenny, are you okay?
Oh, everything's super down here. Just wandering around in total darkness, trying not to get killed.
Oh, well, if you need some light, there's one on your walkie-talkie.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before?
You said not to disturb you.
That girl will be the death of me.
Jenny fumbled in the darkness until she found the switch on her walkie-talkie. Jenny stood perilously close to the edge of a deep pit. If Susie hadn't interrupted her when she did...
I'm going to have to jump to that minecart.
But even if Jenny made the jump, she couldn't be sure it would support her weight.
If it was going to fall, it would have done it by now.
Jumped to certain death.
See? Steady as a rock. That's enough near-death experiences for one day. Tunnel 13. Unlucky for some.
Why didn't Susie mention the lights sooner? So Jenny's now on her way out. The killer isn't going after her, but only to the jail cell, and we aren't going to tell Susie to stop following the guy to get to safety. No, it's fine. Do we even know if this guy is a killer? We're just assuming. Jenny's assuming. Oh.
Jenny shivered as she realized the true scale of the tragedy that had befallen the miners.
I'm standing in the world's biggest tomb. And if none of the miners got out, how am I supposed to?
Fortunately, Jenny had Susie Glatz.
Susie, come in!
Thank goodness! I was worried you dropped your walkie-talkie. The line just went dead.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I need
Her mouth went dry.
your...
How could one word be so difficult to say?
I need your... help.
Jenny felt a wave of nausea as the words left her mouth.
Susie? Are you there?
It would be an honor to assist you in any way I can, Jenny LeClue.
I'm in Tunnel 13. I've reached a dead end. I need you to find me another way out.
Of course. Just give me a moment. Found it! You're close to the extraction chamber, where they transfer crystals to the surface for processing. There's bound to be an exit there. But it's a long way up. You're going to have to climb.
No problem. Oh, and Susie, thanks.
Nice. BRB real quick. I'm sorry, guys. 1 second. Sorry. Oh my goodness. All right. No, it's... Back.
Extraction chamber. This is definitely it.
And I'm supposed to jump up, but... Wait a minute. Am I supposed to jump up? It says up, right? Yeah, it's up. So we go this way first. I think I already came from this way, though. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I was walking in the dark, and we didn't use the light. No, never mind. So we jumped across. You know what I should have done while I was gone? Get more coffee. Oh well, I'll wait. Trying to make sure there's nothing else to search for. Yes, I know I'm supposed to go there. Ha 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 ha. Stickers. Stay out, stay alive. Really? Wanted at least another scrap. How many of the scraps do I have anyways? 6 out of 10 still. I think that's the way out, so we're gonna go back this way. Nope. I do have to say I do like Susie. I think she's a very adorable character. Where am I taking this? Oh, hey.
I can't move it. It's stuck.
What if I keep on doing it? She's just gonna say it's stuck over and over.
It feels like something's holding it in place. I don't think I'm gonna be able to move it.
Trying to see if she'll figure out what it is or something if I just keep having her do it.
It's stuck.
No. So it's at another location. Scrap. Perfect. No. God damn it. No. Oh, jeez. Hold. Move. I am curious to know if there's anything else down here. No, doesn't look like it at all. Up. Climb. Get on top of the barrel. There's a ladder up above. I'm actively trying to see if there's something when we do that.
Looks like it might still work.
God damn it, Jenny. Did you break it?
I was better off in the dark. That was satisfying. But what did it do? It's a pulley of some kind. The rope must be attached to something nearby.
Can't have her run, unfortunately. I have a feeling the lever down below might work now. When Jenny do the big screams. She's yeah. Yeah. An elevator type thing. How do we get it to go up? Oh, it has something on it. Whoa. Images of the miners running. Nope. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. I'm hoping not. I know I missed stickers from earlier, guaranteed during the boating segment.
Shafts of moonlight shone through cracks in the ceiling.
Shone through cracks in the ceiling?
The extraction chamber.
Oh, jeez.
That was too close. I better get moving.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How old is Jenny supposed to be? I think she's 14.
The man in black! I need to find somewhere to hide. And fast.
No way out. Too risky. Can't reach that. Too exposed. Perfect.
up in the air, out of sight, covered on all sides, the minecart was an ideal hiding place.
You'll see me if I go that way. I'm not crazy.
I don't know if this is timed or not. How crazy are you sure about that?
Jenny peered over the edge of the minecart. She was confident the man in black wouldn't spot her, but she'd need to remain perfectly still. Even the slightest sound could give her away. Almost in the clear. Just a few more seconds of absolute silence.
Jenny!
I like how Fran foretold that Susie don't use the walkie-talkie.
I just wanted to say, I think we had a really good breakthrough just now.
Yeah.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
I can feel our friendship growing. I know it's a silly thing to say, but
Tiger.
My luck is starting to run out. It won't be long before he reaches the jail and realizes my mom isn't there.
And something told her he wouldn't be very pleased.
Are you trying to get me killed?
sorry. I just wanted to let you know I'm here for you whenever you need me.
God damn it, Susie.
That's very nice, Susie. But none of that matters if I'm dead. Don't call me, I'll call you.
You see, looking at his lunch still in his hand? Let me see.
The shattered skull of a long-deceased miner looked up at Jenny.
Poor guy.
My dear Clara, I write this letter knowing you will never read it. Everyone is dead. I will be next. My wound is infected. The smell attracts the rats. And I've lost the energy to keep them at bay. The men in suits will tell you this was our fault. We disobeyed orders and didn't follow safety procedures. You won't believe them, you will fight for the truth, but you will never know the truth, and that pains me the most. They left us here to die, but their great plan for Arthurton will be its downfall. I am sorry to leave you, my dear. Affectionately, Samuel.
That was somebody's dad. He was still alive, and no one came to help him. He never got to say goodbye.
Jenny knew exactly how that felt.
The Council of Three blamed the workers to protect their secret.
Jenny folded up the letter and placed it in her pocket.
I'll find your family, Samuel, and deliver it to them personally. And I won't rest until the whole town knows the truth.
Unless Samuel was your grandfather. No, your grandfather's alive, technically.
Structurally unsound, just like everything else around here. There are 2 minecarts attached together by a system of pulleys. After all these tremors, I'm amazed they're still hanging up there.
Fragments of quartz crystal littered the room.
They're beautiful.
She held one in her hands.
It'd be a good souvenir if it wasn't so heavy. That's one big pile of rocks. They must weigh a ton each.
Let me go back up. Because she wouldn't take time to actually examine stuff, I noticed earlier, and she's now examining things. So there might be something hidden at the top. Maybe not? Yeah, maybe not. Oh well. It was worth a try.
I can see a light up there.
But the ladder was out of reach.
Case of the unreachable ladder.
Like a well-oiled machine, Jenny LeClue's brilliant mind kicked into gear. A plan had started to form.
How can I reach the ladder?
Because the crystals are heavy.
I can stand on the minecart to reach the ladder. But first, I need to get it down. And I know exactly how to do it.
I hit desk, I'm sorry.
The minecart is connected to a pulley. When I jumped inside, it lowered, but it didn't reach the floor. First, I'll climb to the top of the rickety scaffolding. Then, I'll jump in the minecart with my pockets full of crystals. The extra weight will carry me all the way to the floor. At the bottom, I'll climb out and push the minecart underneath the ladder. Finally, I'll use the added height to reach the ladder, then it's a straight shot to freedom.
I feel like the next up on the list of convenient things Susie didn't tell Jenny is, by the way, your walkie-talkie also has an emergency explosive. I'd be so concerned if she had an emergency explosive in there.
Another cave-in, another dead end.
One more thing of crystals. There. Okay, how did that sticker get there? They're just everywhere. It doesn't pack emergency explosives in the emergency gear, it's just common sense. They're explosives. They're kids. The fact that Susie has explosives at all is concerning sometimes. I might need...
I can't fit any more crystals in my pockets. Hopefully this will be enough.
Okay.
Why didn't that work? Something's holding me back.
It's something with that minecart. Her mom was kind of a bitch. Whoa.
Another transmitter on Glatt's core property. Susie denied her family's involvement, but I can't imagine they don't know about this.
I just got an achievement, Secret Connections. How much of that do I have now? 8? Yeah, 8 out of 10. Well, there's nothing to weigh down the other one now. don't think she intended on that. I don't know if I clicked the tapping fast enough.
Jenny opened her eyes and rubbed her aching head.
She's dead.
How long was I out for?
Things hadn't quite gone according to plan.
I guess my calculations were slightly off.
Fortunately, Jenny found herself in a familiar place.
This is the tunnel where I first came in.
Unfortunately, someone else had heard the commotion.
Oh no.
Time to go.
But what if I found something? Well, that's one way out. You'll be missed by Susie. Goodbye. Narrow escape achievement unlocked. Oh.
Here goes nothing.
Welcome back, S32. Access level
Z Alpha.
granted. Disarming
Blast door 13A.
for your safety. Please stand clear.
What's going on?
Jenny paused. She was finally here. Could it be true? Was her father really on the other side of this door?
No.
The man she'd lost forever. She would have given anything to bring him back. What would she say to him? How would she feel when she saw him? Of all the puzzles she'd solved, every obstacle she'd climbed, and every leap of faith she'd made, this was the scariest moment of all.
Mom should be here.
She needed her. She needed someone, maybe even Susie.
I'm not gonna solve anything by just standing here.
Arthurton had slowly revealed its secrets to Jenny, and now she faced the final chapter. Gathering her courage, she took a deep breath
This is it, Jenny.
and stepped into the darkness once more.
Dad?
Her voice echoed in the darkness.
You want to turn on your light? You have a light. Oh boy.
Another dead end. Of course he's not here.
Just another machine.
Arthurton, a small town seemingly like any other. Nestled in a valley between two mountains, lined by lustrous forests, and perched on the edge of a pristine lake. Yes, Arthurton had it all. A main street with shops and a place to sip coffee, schools, a college, a church, and a police station.
I got the crusties.
The kind of place you might find anywhere on your travels. But you won't find it anymore. For Arthurton is now the town that disappeared.
What?
Where once stood a city bustling with life, now lies an empty crater.
What?
How could a town suddenly and completely vanish from the face of the earth? And if it could happen to Atherton, could it happen to your town too?
What?
Scientists are baffled. Church attendance is at a record high. Is this a sign of the end of days? Tonight we attempt to answer the question, what happened to Atherton? The Enigma Report investigation starts now.
Jenny stared at the screen, astonished.
Arthurton disappeared?
It didn't make any sense. But of all the strange things she'd seen, one stood out more than the others.
There was something at the end of the tape. Hidden in a static.
It worked.
It worked. Find Zazer. Need help?
This changes everything. Achievement unlocked.
I better get out of here before I'm crushed to death.
Wait, we gotta examine. Okay, well, let me. So I know it sounds really odd and maybe it's just the story, but none of the characters have talked about anywhere else other than Arthurton.
Into a corner, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Was this the end for Jenny LeClue?
What?
What the?
Keith and Susie.
Susie? Keith, you came back.
I had to.
Jenny choked back her tears. She had lost count of the number of times she'd almost died today, and it was starting to take its toll.
Let's get out of here before he wakes up. No, wait. Keith, this could be the man who killed your father. We should really go. This could be our only chance to find out who he is. It won't matter if we're buried alive. Don't you want to know?
Unmask him.
Doesn't matter.
What?
Look!
What?
Damn it! Let's get out of here.
doesn't matter who said what. Let's go already.
Achievement unlocked. Wise withdrawal. I think I did the
Our
better
three
choice.
intrepid adventurers made their escape across the graveyard on the far side of town. Behind the twin peaks of Arthurton, the sun began to rise. But this night had not yet ended. Beneath them, the ground shook and grumbled. Deep in the bowels of Arthurton, something stirred. Jenny recounted the thrilling story of her entire adventure. She told Susie and Keith about Professor Zaza and his experiments, the truth behind the tragic accident in the mines, and how she discovered that her father was alive.
Why doesn't he have a normal bike? Why is it attached to the coffee cart?
But she left out one critical detail, the town that disappeared. How would they react to such an unfathomable revelation? Would they even believe her? She wasn't sure she believed it herself.
What an incredible adventure! Although, I think the greatest discovery today has been our friendship.
Push her off.
You never stop, do you?
All these trials have really brought us together. And now that you and Keith are friends again, we can form our very own mystery-solving club. It's just a shame we didn't unmask the man in black. So what's our next step, fearless leader?
There's something about this case that still doesn't add up. I need to find my mom, before the cops do.
But she could be anywhere.
She's at Widow's Drop.
No, she's gone to Widow's Drop.
Where?
Widow's Drop. But I have no idea where that is.
It's certainly not on any map I've seen.
That's because it's not a place.
What?
Yeah. It's a plant. My dad he grew one in his greenhouse. He had to separate it from all the other plants. They all started to shrivel up.
Have you ever felt a flash of pure inspiration? The sudden feeling of everything falling into place. It's the moment a great detective lives for. An epiphany.
What?
Keith, what day do you take out the trash?
Oops. Sorry. I hit desk.
What?
What day does the garbage man come?
Friday? Why?
Of course! It was right there the whole time!
Jenny!
I know where my mom is!
I think Susie's trying to tell you to watch the road.
Jenny!
And I know who killed Jean Strasberry.
I think you need to watch the road.
Jenny! Look out! Jenny, watch out! We survived!
Yeah! We made it!
I have to go back.
Go back?
But we just got out!
A little birdie told me I'd find 3 unruly kids out after curfew.
Oh, it's your granddad.
Oh no!
Damn.
Stealing, breaking and entering, destruction of property. You're all in a heap of trouble. Jenny, can't say I'm surprised to find you here. But Keith, Susie, I expected more from you.
I'm ruined!
Sheriff, this is Station. Are you there?
Go ahead, Station.
Susie, Keith, I need you to create a distraction.
What?
There's no time to explain.
Where are you going?
You'll just have to trust me.
Okay.
No.
Susie, please.
No. Not unless you say it.
Thank you.
Say what?
After everything we've been through, you know it's true.
What are you talking about? Now is hardly the time for this.
You told me to stand up for myself, so that's what I'm doing.
Hold on a second. Enough chatter. Get your sorry butts over here now!
We depend on each other. Admit it, Jenny.
Come on, Jenny. It's not a big deal. Just say it.
This is your last warning. I am not gonna tell you again.
What are you gonna do? Shoot them?
Of all the challenges our tiny hero had faced, this was perhaps her toughest.
You aren't alone, Jenny LeClue.
He's gonna stand there being angry grandfather in front of his police car.
Don't need to pretend anymore.
As hard as it was to say it, Jenny knew deep in her heart it was true.
Fine. Susie Glatz, you are my friend.
Aww.
Thank you, friend. Now, let's get you out of here.
Yeah, I've got him. Safe and sound. I'm bringing him in now. What the?
Never catch us, Copper!
Sorry, Mr. LeClue.
Well, do you have them or not?
I thought I did. Where did she go?
I love every character in this game. It's so well done. It's not a very difficult adventure game with puzzles or anything, but the characters and the story totally make this game worth it. That's Jenny's mom. Wait, is he not dead?
My head.
Thank goodness. It worked.
Oh, how wonderful to hear your voice. I was having the strangest dreams. What's wrong?
I almost didn't make it.
But you did. Now, we've got a lot of work to do.
I knew it!
Jenny?
Jenny?
Surprised to see me? I am only a child after all.
What is she?
How did you...
It was really quite simple. Once I realized Mr. Strasberry knew he was going to die.
What proves that he knew he was gonna die? I'm gonna assume these.
Why would the Dean take out the trash 2 days early? And why would he cancel all his meetings on Friday? Unless he knew he wasn't going to be there. This was the key piece of information I needed. Once I considered the possibility that Mr. Strasberry knew he was going to die on Thursday, everything started to fall into place. But consider this. If someone knew they were going to die, wouldn't they do everything in their power to escape their fate? And yet, the Dean didn't. There was only one explanation. He staged his own death.
What proves that he staged his own death? Guy that talked about all the herbology, fascinating flora. What is this? it be these? I don't think it's this one, whatever this is. A field guide to fascinating flora as written by him.
It's no secret that the Dean is an avid gardener. Indeed, he is renowned for his work on exotic plants and their unusual properties. And in the library, despite the apparent cause of death being electrocution, I noticed strange marks covering the Dean's neck. His face was discolored and his skin was shriveled. You knew how you were going to die, Mr. Strasberry. Poison. You knew because you made it yourself from one of your plants. A poison that you had an antidote for. That would be the method, but you couldn't work alone. You needed an accomplice. Someone to revive you when the time was right.
What proves Mom and the Dean were working together? the pigs. Oh, this one was, yeah, this one was used recently. And then her conversation with CJ.
In the basement of my house, on my dad's old dusty desk, I found a recently used vial. The residue was purple, the same color as the marks on the Dean's neck.
After Jenny's...
Mom knew she was running out of time.
After Jenny's done, both of them are gonna be like, well, no.
So she entrusted CJ to finish what she had started. To revive the Dean from his deathly slumber. You plotted together to stage Mr. Strasberry's death. It was a simple scheme.
But why?
Poison him with the plant, then return after the funeral to revive him. You had intended the death to appear natural, but not everything went according to plan.
Well, that was obviously what didn't go according to plan. That, and... was it the ring? Or Jean Strasberry having her mother's...
Dean's electrocution and fall from the balcony was an unfortunate accident. This threw the plan into disarray. The Dean instinctively reached out for something to stop himself from falling, but all he managed to grab was the ID card hanging around Mom's neck. Once she realized it was gone, she returned to collect it, but I had already found it. Even the smartest criminals make mistakes. Earlier, the Dean had told me he was meeting Mom in the library. That was a mistake. If I hadn't gone there to find Mom, she might still have escaped before the police arrived. Getting caught hadn't been part of the plan.
Quite remarkable, Jenny. And you worked out all that by yourself?
Yes, that's how you did it, but the real question is why?
Well, that's all a bit more complicated, I'm afraid.
It was a rhetorical question, Mr. Strasberry. I know why you're working together. But first, I have to tell you about aliens.
Oh, he's the author's getting a call. That's what that is.
Oh, this is exciting. What an incredible adventure this turned out to be. Jenny's growing up and discovering her full potential. And to think, I did it all without anybody dying.
Uh-oh.
Hello? Richard! Oh, what do you think of the new scenes? Aren't they wonderful? I beg your pardon? Trick you? Certainly not. But don't you see? It all works out perfectly this way. I can already picture where the next book will start. You're not serious? But I didn't promise anything. But there must be another way. Just give me more time. Cancelled? Richard, please. Richard? Hello? Hello?
Oh no, did I fail?
It's no good. They won't publish it unless someone dies. But I can't do it. I just can't. Come on, Arthur. Jenny's whole world hangs in the balance. Decades of work. It can't all end now. Oh, I have to. It's like Jenny's mom always says. A great detective knows the right decision is often the hardest to make.
And then a rock falls on Jenny's head and kills her. The end.
And I am a great author of detective stories. But I can't pick. What should I do, Rufus? Brilliant! Yes! You're always right, old friend. I'll let fate decide. Here goes.
Bye, Corden. Oh no, who are we killing? Oh no. You want me to kill Jenny? Bye, Jenny. She knows too much. What the hell? Oh, I have to exit.
Fate has spoken, but is she certain? Once the choice is made, there's no turning back.
Shit. How do you back up the save file? That is a good point. According to quote 104, murder the child. No wait. That's why I have issues and why I killed them last time.
Wait, Jenny wasn't an option? Was she? Oh, Rufus, I think I need to lie down.
Look, Isaac's the one that did the baby murder in Dragon Age, not me.
As I was saying...
What was that?
No more interruptions!
The tremors were getting more violent and more frequent.
Please! I'm in the middle of my astonishing denouement! Everyone in town thinks CJ is crazy. A madman spouting wild theories about aliens and hidden forces at work in Arthurton. But all the strange phenomena he's seen are real. And the culprits are men, not monsters.
Hmm?
Arthurton is built on top of some kind of energy source. Something special. I uncovered the secret laboratories of Professor Zazer. He ran experiments to study the unique properties of Arthurton's resource, and his research was funded by a shady organization called the Council of Three. One of the experiments went tragically wrong and caused the collapse of the quartz mines. They covered it up and blamed the miners, and yet the experiments didn't stop. Instead, they built an even bigger facility. Years after the accident in the mines, an even greater tragedy struck Arthurton. Only this time, the townspeople didn't know. I don't fully understand it, but something happened to the whole town. And wherever we were, we aren't there anymore. The rest of the world think we disappeared. At first, I thought I was solving two separate mysteries. But then it hit me like a ton of used books. The two were inextricably linked. And that's how I know your motive for staging the Dean's death.
Why did they stage the Dean's death? The report that the lab was not safe.
Dad wasn't working for the university. He was working on Zazer's machines. All under the watchful eye of the Council of Three. The Dean is part of the Council of Three, or at least he works for them. Through her own investigation, Mom concluded that Dad had died under suspicious circumstances. She confronted the Dean. Racked with guilt, he confessed and begged for her forgiveness. Instead of letting anger cloud her judgment, Mom saw an opportunity. And together, you concocted a plan to bring down the organization from the inside.
Oh, what a brilliant mind you have, Jenny LeClue.
Case of the Dead Dean achievement unlocked. What does that mean?
Julie, I believe you underestimated this girl.
You could have gotten yourself killed.
But I didn't.
But what if you had?
I'm not a kid anymore. I have to make my own choices.
And then she dies.
A flower cannot blossom without light.
Jenny had risked everything to save her mom.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
It's okay, Mom. You were running out of time to save Mr. Strasberry.
I was trying to protect you.
I know.
I should have trusted you.
But you were wrong.
I just apologized.
No, not about that. Everyone presumed Dad died in the lab explosion. So did I, until today. But then, I started finding secret messages all over town. They led me to a secret room under the graveyard. And there, on a small television, I saw him.
Henry?
Dad is alive! But he's trapped on the other side, and he's been trying to contact us this whole time.
He made it back? Then the experiment worked!
Exactly!
But if he made it back, that means...
We can all get back! We need to get to the machine, right away.
No! First, we need to find Professor Zazer.
Select wisely? Are you kidding? No, I'm not doing the red one. Blue. Go. How do you select wisely on that? What if the man in black was Professor Zazer? What do you mean to be continued? In loving memory of my mom, Anne Fearington, 1945 to 2018. Aww. We hope you enjoyed the journey, and remember, a great detective leaves no puzzle unsolved. Until next time, Joe and Ben. Wait a minute. No. Does it end on a cliffhanger like this? That's a bullshit cliffhanger! It's just like a book. It is just like a book. I erased the protagonist. Yeah. Well, look, I asked who we should kill off, and you guys were all like, kill Jenny, and I was like, okay. So there are multiple endings to Jenny LeClue. Extra special thanks to Tilly. Tilly's adorable. Buddy. So, Bodhi. One of the endings you can get is if, which I thought early on when we had to choose whether Jenny went to the spooky graveyard or the author ends up doing the good ending. If you choose the good ending, it does end the game early. And the author has a good ending. I'm assuming that he loses his ability to write more books afterwards. It doesn't matter which lever you choose, and whoever you ended up choosing to quote-unquote die is the one that vanishes and you never get to see it. It always ends on a cliffhanger, apparently. So... I'm trying to see what my achievements mean. It's kind of hard to see it, never mind. Achievement unlock the end. So there's a different achievement per character that you choose. That's all. I don't think having secret cat conversation. It keeps on touching Bodhi, and Bodhi's like, are you kidding? That's it. I'm a little sore at the ending just because it's too much of a cliffhanger. But I like where the game was going, and I'm interested. The thing that bugs me is this game came out in 2019, and I don't know how much they're progressing on a sequel, if they are progressing on one, because from what I heard, it kind of went under everyone's radar, so it's possible it didn't sell very well. It's really cute, and I really like it. I'm very curious about some of the other stuff. I don't know if we're going to explore any of the other possibilities since it doesn't seem possible. But yeah. There's no way to resume it, because if I resume, it's just automatically this. Yeah, resuming just automatically puts us into the credits. All right. Quit button is the real ending. Yeah, I don't... I mean, I can... Oh, I can scene select. Hold on. So you can choose a different person. We can also see... this point. I mean, there is still very much a chance for a sequel.
No.
So this is early on.
Artist. I will not be dictated to by some pen pusher in an ivory tower. It's too long, too violent, too dark. These are my characters. So why does it feel like they're rebelling against me? All this fighting, all this drama, and for what? Jenny and Susie should be best friends by now.
Yeah, I agree. I don't mind cliffhangers,
Maybe
but I
it's
hope
time
that
to
it
wrap
doesn't
this
get
one up.
abandoned.
End on a happy note. Yes. Let's fix this nonsense once and for all. You all right, Rufus? First, I need another drink.
What happens next? Happy ending. Get rid of the graveyard.
Yes. Of course. I knew I'd make the right choice.
Convenient closure achievement.
It was another glorious afternoon in Arthurton. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and two best friends had settled down for a spot of tea.
What perfect weather for a picnic. The weather is always perfect in Arthurton. And another mystery solved. The Dean's alive and everything is back to normal. Just as it should be. More bubblegum tea, Jenny? Thank you, Susie. I'm so glad everything turned out so well. You're my best friend.
My God.
Wait, this isn't right. This is...
No good. It's no good at all. This one can't end like the others. They won't publish it. I must write something different. Something darker. It's the only chance I have of saving her. I'm sorry, Jenny. You'll see your mum soon.
But for now, it's got to be the graveyard.
All right. Hold on. You do enjoy how Susie doesn't actually sound out of character. So there's other ways to do this. Let's see.
Oh.
Wish I could skip it.
What an incredible adventure.
This is the most I can do.
I did it all without anybody dying. Hello? Richard! Oh, what do you think of the new scenes? Aren't they? I beg your pardon? Trick you? Certainly. But don't you see? I can already picture where the next book will start. You're not serious. But... I didn't promise anything. But... there must be another... Just give me more time. Cancelled? Richard, please.
You read somewhere that they put it on a cliffhanger because it's supposed to be the writer's last chance at saving his book series, but it doesn't work. No.
Hello?
No. Oh, man. I hope that's not the case.
They won't publish it, but I can't do it. I just can't. Come on, Arthur. Decades of work. It can't all end now.
Oh.
I'll have to look into it and take a look and see.
And I am a great but I can't pick. What should I do, Rufus? Brilliant. Yeah. You're always right, old friend. I'll let fate decide.
Now, see, I don't necessarily buy that because if that's the case, I think that's the creator's not willing to admit that it didn't do well. Because
There it
why
goes.
wouldn't they have put a note or something at the end of the game to sit there and say like an epilogue, something like the book didn't sell well and Jenny LeClue was canceled for all time, or something to that extent.
Fate has spoken. Once the choice is made, there's no turning back.
Oh, shoot. I forgot I have to exit twice. I hope that's not the case.
Well, that was easier than I thought.
Well,
It's
I
the
don't
only
think
way
that they are dying. I think they're like being pushed out of whatever reality Arthurton is in.
As I was saying,
Let's actually pick incorrect information and see what happens.
What was that?
no more interruptions.
The tremors were getting...
Please. I'm in the middle of my astonishing denouement. Everyone in town thinks a madman spouting but all the strange phenomena, and the culprits are men, not monsters. Arthurton is built on top of some kind of energy source. Something special.
Maybe it doesn't matter what you put together.
My suspicions were first raised when I heard a strange radio broadcast by the lake. Later, I heard the same message in a room hidden beneath the Forgotten Forest. I uncovered the secret laboratories of Professor Zazer. He ran experiments to study the unique properties of Arthurton's resource, and his research was funded by a shady organization called the Council of... One of those machines it's the reason we have a curfew, despite what Arthurton Power and Light would have us believe. A giant machine, hidden somewhere in Arthurton. I don't fully understand it, but something happened to the whole town. And wherever we were, we aren't there anymore. The rest of the world think we disappeared.
Okay, skip.
At first, I thought I was solving, but then it hit me like a ton of... The two were inextricably linked. That's how I know your motive for staging the Dean's death.
Pick different ones this time. Here, your spoon in your pocket. And then this card. Sure, why not?
Dad wasn't working for the university. He was working on Zazer's machines. All under the watchful eye of the Council of Three. The Dean is part of the Council of Three. His ring hides a key to access secret stations around town. After Dad's death and the subsequent cover-up, Mr. Stroudsbury struggled with the burden of truth. He had devoted his life to educating the townspeople. He regretted lying to them, and so he planned to reveal the truth during his retirement speech. But Mom convinced him to take a different path. Together, you concocted a plan to bring down the organization from the inside.
Oh, what a brilliant mind you have, Jenny LeClue.
Part 2's in the works.
Julie,
nice.
I believe you underestimated this girl.
You could have gotten yourself killed.
But I didn't.
But what if you had?
I'm definitely looking forward to part 2 then.
Flower.
Jenny had risked everything to save her.
I'm sorry, Jenny.
Reject it.
Well, it's too late now. You abandoned me. You abandoned Dad.
Jenny, please.
You still think I'm wrong, don't you? Well, I went to the underground room without you. Everyone presumed Dad died in the lab explosion. So did I. But then, I started finding secret messages all over. They led me to a secret room. And there, on a small... I saw him.
Henry?
Dad is alive, but he's trapped on the other side, and he's been trying to
He made it back? Then the experiment...
Exactly.
But if he made it back...
We can all get back. We need to get to the machine.
No. First, we need to find Professor Zazer.
Part 2, the writer has a total meltdown, and as Jenny becomes murderer instead. So, apparently, according to what I read, it doesn't matter which lever you hit. Jenny's the Man in Black. Honestly, I think Professor Zazer was meant to be the Man in Black. I like good cliffhangers and I also hate them. Just because I have like I've played games that never had their cliffhangers resolved. Looking at you, Soul Reaver. Sorry. But yeah. At the same time, I really hope they follow through with a part 2, and I really hope part 2 has an ending, even if they're successful enough to make another one. Just because the writing is fantastic, the characters are fantastic, the story is fantastic. I like everything about the game in general. Like I mentioned, adventure game-wise, it's not incredibly challenging, but that's fine. That's totally fine, because when you have something that's this interesting to experience, and when it has multiple different endings and goes in multiple different directions, I really, really, really do like it. I did not get everything because I missed one scrap somewhere. Because we had one more postcard to do, and I never got it. I don't know where that piece was. Yeah, I enjoyed the twist too. The whole fact that Arthurton is not there. Like, for a while we were expecting, with the way it was going, that everyone else had vanished, that Jenny's dad and a few other people had vanished, and instead all of Arthurton has vanished. How dare I miss a collectible? I really wanted to find that collectible. I was kind of curious what it would have, but anyways, I'm not going to experiment anymore with the ending since they don't vary all that much, but those were good to see.